Other thoughts?
I thought yesterday was good. It's constructive. I agree with what Adam said.
Me too.
Cool. What do you want to have happen today? Anything different than what we said yesterday? Yesterday we said we wanted this experience to create common vision, goal, priorities, clear way to follow through on what we come up with, including who does it. We want to be able to manage, be able to use the plan to manage resources, potentially impact retention of employees. We want to make sure there's flexibility for the future and what we come up with. Kind of that idea of like not putting future boards in a box, right? Get to know each other. And again, like how do we make sure we do this, whatever the plan is, right? Anything you want to add now that you're farther into it, you got a little deeper understanding of what is. You don't have to, I just throw it out. Hearing none, all right, I'm gonna move on. By the way, we'll see. So let's test number one. Yesterday, you guys said this is our vision for the county. And I thought that sounded a lot like this. So this is you standing in Freeport, or not Freeport, sorry, I keep saying that because we are here, but standing in Stephenson County. And these are your observations. Imagine you're a visitor, you're visiting with, the county board, you're getting a tour, whatever's happening. That kind of visit, right? You're coming to see like, how are things working here? Like you would go and visit, and maybe this board decides to go visit another community, figure out like, how are they so successful? Imagine you're doing that, and then this could be the potential observation you would write. So let's just dig into it just slightly. First of all, did anything stand out? Anybody go like, no way, or I don't like this word, or whatever. Okay, so prosperous and welcoming community where families from all backgrounds enjoy high quality homes and safe, sustainable neighborhoods, right? Both urban and rural. Just acknowledging that's what this county really is, right? So over here we have this idea of sustainability. We have that whole family oriented conversation sort of towards the end. Safe, low crime. I think we get the jobs in a minute. Prosperous neighborhoods. So, we can be checking these off, right? Plentiful employment, access to health and social services, well-maintained roads and sustainable transportation systems. These are all things we talked about or wrote down here. Right, getting to work, school, entertainment, activities for young and old people, like acknowledging like kind of 50-50, right? The average age or median age is 25. It's good to have activities for young people. I think somebody mentioned teens in particular, but half your population is over 52, so we gotta pay attention to both ends. And it's kind of a tricky sentence, so there's well-maintained roads and sustainable transportation systems, right? are easy and affordable, right? So I'm gonna have to play with like the grammar there, but that's pretty good for 515. Stephen, then we flip, well, how is this happening? What are you doing about that? How's the county government acting, right? So this is, you're walking around the community, has really not much to do with the people in this room. Right? The county government is trusted thanks to a diverse group of leaders that reflect the community and by having open communication internally and externally, right? This creates a ripple effect, encouraging involvement. So because people trust the county, trust the government, they want to be more involved in it, feel like they can be a part of it, right? And because they see themselves potentially, right? So if you want to have more people of color on your board, you have to have more people of color on your board. It's like a chicken and egg thing, right? And you have to seed it and encourage it and be intentional about it early on, and then it becomes more self-perpetuating. Or from people from any background, right? It doesn't have to be about that. Strong commitment to having best practices, standards, procedures in place and using them has made the government staff and more efficient and effective. So if we went through this, I think we hit everything on here. I didn't get the flag in. So, but the flag's more of a tactic than a vision, right? So this isn't final, right? This is just me taking what you guys threw on this sheet of paper and making it into fairly cohesive sentences. We'll keep looking at it, right? But for the moment, I'm not hearing anybody going like, no way.
I think on the transportation thing, I might use accessible instead of sustainable. You already used that, so I'll wear it out.
Okay.
It's just me.
Yep. Can do that.
Made the comment yesterday about most of those things come with responsibility, right? People being responsible and trying to figure out how to weave that in there. One of the thoughts I had is maybe replacing welcoming with a prosperous, caring, or prosperous, responsible, and caring community. Just throwing it out.
Mm-hmm.
But
It could be that we put it somewhere in here too. This idea of people
Sure.
getting involved indicates that, but maybe this idea that encourage more, we get the idea of responsibility happen, like you're sort of setting the example essentially, right? So yeah, let's think about that. How does that show up in your vision? Let's see where that goes. All right. So this idea of accessible, shared responsibility, right? Is really what you're talking about.
yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that we can figure that out. All right, then we said, okay, that's great. This would be a cool place to live. How do we act so that we can get there? Right? Our mission, what's our mission? How do we act so we can get there? So you guys said this stuff. That I thought sounded like that stuff. You said effectively manage resources, experienced local employees, active communication, the government itself is accessible, collaborative, professional, open to ideas, that you use data to manage and communicate progress. You're trusted. You have good glue on your papers.
New technology.
Leverage technology, embracing diversity. So we said, I suggested, I guess, Stevens County government professional, transparent organization that serves people to a diverse team of experienced leaders.
community and strong partnerships, right? So use those two methods, your leaders and your partnerships. Foster respect and trust through active communication, effective management of resources. Use data and technology to measure and communicate our progress. And support continuous improvement through new ideas. I would, just me personally, I think after new ideas, I would say and teamwork that make us stronger. Because I think that's key to the whole process here.
Okay. Other things that stand out to anybody?
I would say it's almost like you've done this before.
Well, I did say to somebody last night that, you know, I have done this before. But, you know, this is what you said you wanted your community to be. So this isn't, you know, could I have written this without you? Maybe. Would I have gotten the same things in it? Some of it could apply to every community, right? But some of it's some of it's really about where you guys see where this community needs to go. So this is truly the words from your page on that page and the words from your page on the other page. But yeah, I've done this before.
I really like in the mission statement that it was continuous improvement. I think that's one thing that so often gets missed in situations like this. We set a goal, we're gonna tick these boxes off and cool, we're done.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think we all have a pet example, but that's something that the area has suffered from in past iterations. We made a goal, achieved it or not, and then just ignored it. And there was no follow through, there was no continuous improvement. If you want sustainability, if you want multi-generational community, it needs to be ongoing. So I really like that's in there.
So let's go the other way, right? The good news is this does support continuous improvement. It casts a vision for the next 25 or 30 years. Your mission statement projects the same, that you will act this way as a government for the foreseeable future, right? This doesn't say for the next 2 years, this is how we're gonna act. This doesn't say in the next 2 years, we're gonna become this place, right? It doesn't do any of those things. These are long-term plays here. You're making a commitment for the organization as the leaders of that organization today that extend beyond the moment, right? Extend beyond the next 2 years or 3 years. As much as I emphasized that yesterday, this should extend beyond that, right? But I hope you'll appreciate that what you came up with isn't limiting. It's broad, it's a wide vision. There are lots of ways for anybody who's running this county in the future to interpret different aspects of this, to think about what high quality homes mean. Yesterday you mentioned workforce housing, but in 10 years, it might be something else, right? There's lots of kinds of housing. There's lots of kinds of needs when it comes to that. When we say we want safe, sustainable neighborhoods, I'm not prescribing what that means even. What did we mean by sustainable when we wrote that? It doesn't matter what we meant. What are we doing over the next 2 or 3 years to perpetuate the idea of a sustainable neighborhood? So it's giving you that room and that flexibility for this board, this group of people, to say over the next couple of years while we're running the place, we're going to try to achieve this mission, but we're going to do it through workforce housing. We're going to do it by a focus on reducing crime, or whatever you come up with today, right? We're going to do it by thinking about this kind of transportation or that kind of road, right? So you get to be very specific in the moment over the next couple of years, which is totally within your purview, right? As a board. And yet you're keeping in mind that you're trying to get over the hill, and you know where that is, and you know what it looks like when you get there. So hopefully you're going to choose activities now that continue to move you in that direction. You guys feel good about that? Because one of the things you want to make sure that we didn't do is put anybody in a box, right? We're only gonna put you in a box today. So I wanna make sure you feel good about that, both in the, especially in the vision. Because I think, there'll be, once you decide what it is here, there'll be little reason for a future board to change it. I'm saying they won't look at it. Every time I would, meet with an organization, I'm like, do you have a vision? Are there things in it that you don't think are relevant anymore? Right? And so we would go through this and say, are we still trying to make this first sentence happen? Let's say it's 5 to 10 years from now. And another facilitator is here. And they're saying, okay, guys, this was your 2050 vision. And now it's 2035. And, first of all, we're still trying to do. Are we still trying to have employment that's plentiful and people having access to health and social services? Are we still trying to still where we're headed? Right? We can say, no, our community now, everybody's 80. We're not too worried about activities for young people. I wonder if we should adjust our thinking. There are communities like that, right? Not here, but in the world. And they have a different vision and they have different ideas about what that is, right? If everybody got to be 80 in 15 years, it'd be weird, by the way, but just saying. So you see what I mean? So like we revisit this, but not sort of with the intention of starting over every time. It's just really saying like, this is still where we're trying to go. And everyone's like, yeah, I'm like, all right, cool. Then we make our next 2 to 3 year plan here tomorrow. We're going to try to make this happen. Okay. So that's how this lives on beyond you. And yet other boards have a chance to tweak it and amend it, and right, as around the idea of like what's relevant, where are we really trying to go today, to technology change, whatever, right? This is the mission statement, same thing. As a government, are you trying to act any different than this? That's what I would ask you in 10 years or 5 years. Are you less interested in being professional, transparent than you were when whoever wrote this, we forgot who they were. They were great, right? This is 10 years from now, right? Are we less interested in diversity? Are we less interested in strong partnerships than we were? Like these things we should adjust or adopt or tweak. So we can ask future boards that question, but the answer will likely be no, right? Unless there's something that really changes in the world or it's different. So these are long lasting. They're guiding you over time. They create continuity and purpose for the organization over the long haul. Okay, and then we're going to pivot the rest of the day to kind of buy off on this. And I don't mean every word, right? We'll do the draft thing, like I said, and all that. But this concept, we're going to pivot and say, okay, if that's where we're trying to go and this is how we're going to work, then this is what we're going to do. And the rest of the day is about what we're going to do for the next couple of years to make any of that happen. All right, guys good with that? All right. So, I forgot public comments.
I don't have any.
I didn't actually forget. I just didn't get there yet. Cool. All right, let's see. All right, so I want to give you some tools really quick for how we're going to work today. So let's see. Grab them somewhere. They're behind door number 1. They are. All right, so we're going to work on these areas of focus that we identified yesterday, and we're just going to go and like down the sheet somehow. Okay, there's no rhyme or reason to the order unless you have like some reason to have one, but I haven't found much use in having an order in which one we do first. So we'll just like go. Okay, so that's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to work this list today. So second thing we're going to do. This thing. We're going to think in terms of. So this is kind of like vocabulary and methods, and all the good stuff, all the secret magic sauce of facilitation. So I want to propose this concept to you all. This says that different people do different things in the government. Okay? So the board is fundamentally responsible for policy, right? Policy about making, could be, passing a new ordinance, it could be a resolution, it could be pass a policy around how money's spent. We call that the budget. That's really just a policy. Our policy is we're gonna spend our money this way over the next year. That's the 2025 budget, right? So policy is the responsibility of the board, and the policy agenda. I like to sort this so people can see it as a tool. I think somewhere along the way yesterday, we talked about empowering. How do you empower your staff? How do you empower the board, right? How do you understand the roles? How do you show a clear way for people to be able to act on their own? This is how, a part of how we do that, right? The plan itself will also do that. So we're gonna have a policy agenda. These are priorities, right? We've got our list of priorities. They could be strategies as we go along. I'm asking, is this a strategy the board has to act on, or is this already approved? Right, like when it's adopted as strategic plan, is it already, we're good to go? I can run and do that one if I'm a staff person, that's my job. Or do I have to go back to the board? We're gonna sort that out a little bit. That's how we'll know it gets done. That's who's accountable for doing it, et cetera, right? So we're trying to bake that in. So priorities that need direction or a policy decision by the board. So sometimes it's not a vote, it's just like consensus. Yeah, the board is on board with us exploring this issue. We don't need a policy, we don't need a hard vote. There's just consensus for me to move forward and bring back information or something, right? So that could be direction. There's other times the board just gives direction, right? A nod in this direction, or yeah, we want to know more about that, or whatever it might be. And then there's other times where it's truly a decision. We vote, we act on it, it's official, it's formal, all the good stuff, right? Does that all make sense? You guys buy into that? So then there's other things that you've already decided and the management should just do, right? Priorities for which the board has set direction, allocated funding, and are ready for implementation, right? So there's gonna be some things that we put into our plan where like, yeah, I don't see any reason the management team would just start to do that, whoever the management team is, right? So I mean, that could be Carl in his office, it could be any of the, any of the offices, right? Like, oh, the board wants us to do this about housing, we're gonna get on it, because I don't need money or direction to do it. I don't need policy to do it. The plan, in fact, is policy, by the way. When you adopt it, it becomes your policy, how you're gonna act over the long term or the short term here, right? So, we're just keep that in mind. It'll help you sort. It's also just good for board members. You ever see a board member that like wanders into this world? People never happen. They call you. Never, right? Right? And they do it with good intention. They do it because they're like passionate about the issue or whatever. But these are clear lines and they're meaningful. And so it also will help guide you even after this. If you can kind of keep this in mind and say, I'm on the board. This is a policy issue, or am I telling Carl what to do? Right? Tell Carl what to do, and it's not really a policy issue. I might be dipping into management agenda land, which isn't my job as a board member. So I have to find those lines. So this is useful as an ongoing kind of filter for, and vice versa, right? The management team's like, we're just gonna do it. Okay? It goes the other way. So everybody can be guilty, and everybody has been. It happens all the time. So keep that in mind. We'll have it up on the wall somewhere. We'll put it on door number 1 over here. Our prize is later apparently behind that door. That's what Georgia told me. All right, so that's tool number 1, right? Tool number 2, and this is the one you're gonna use the most, or maybe second most, is these are the words that we're gonna use when we make the plan, okay? So you kind of need to pay attention to this. We'll leave this up to, and you'll end up referring to it. So we're gonna ask you to identify a result for one of the focus areas. So in safety, I'm gonna say, what's the result you're looking for overall in safety? Right, and you're gonna talk about the condition of well-being for an entire population. Pretty nerdy, right? It's kind of fun. So you're gonna say, the condition of well-being for the county is our entire population. That's the result I want as it relates to safety. I want people to feel like I want crime to go down and this to happen, right? I mean, cool, I like that. What's it look like if you can feel it? If I can feel it, yeah. Like if you're walking around, what would it look like? Oh, I feel like I can go here and not worry about this happening or that bad thing happening or whatever it is, right? Or I feel like if I call 911, I know that an ambulance would be there in like 5 minutes. That would feel really good to me if I knew that was gonna happen every time that I needed that service, right? That's safe to me. Right, so you're gonna do these descriptions, you're gonna talk about them. That's the high level result, overarching result for safety that you're gonna work on. And I'm gonna say, cool, how are you gonna know if you're doing it? And you're gonna come up with indicators of that. Generally, across the county, indicators of safety would be this or that or the other thing. You're gonna create these answers and solutions. And I'm like, hey, all right, cool. So if this is the big goal for safety, I wanna know, I wanna feel it, and I measure it by this. What are some things or some actions that we can do to improve the way it is now? Right? So it's always based on how it is now. We're just continuous improvement, right? So you're gonna start naming things. Wow, we really need to have this, or we have to invest in that, or we have to figure out how this can happen, whatever they are. You're gonna be naming specific actions that can be taken by the county government, right? Potentially with partners, to impact or improve, ideally, this result, right? And then how do we know if these are working? Measure, right? So performance measure, I'll slip and say progress measure, because I like that word better, actually. This is the formal language from a thing called results-based accountability, which is a process for helping people plan and act together at a community level. Typically, certainly works great for an organizational level too. So I take this out of this. This is a big, like crazy, giant process that I like, but kind of unwieldy big. So I scoop things out and bring them to you in a more digestible way. So this is one of the tools I like from RBA that helps people think. Questions on that? Does this make sense? So we've got results. So if I were gonna frame this for you in a generic way, I would say I want to improve. I want every third grader to read at grade level. I want every child to read at grade level by third grade. That's the result that I want in my community, for my entire population in this county. And I want that because at third grade, you switch from learning to read to reading to learn. Right? So up until third grade, you're learning to read. And after third grade, everyone expects you to know how to read, and they expect you to learn from reading. Right? So it flips. It's a super important moment. That's why I want that. The indicator of that is I'm going to measure reading levels of every third grader. And then I'm going to find out that some of them aren't making it, and some are. And I'm going to develop strategies around what I learned. I'm going to learn that kids in poverty only read at 30%. Right? 30% of kids in poverty are at grade level reading typically. And so man, what do I gotta do about that? I gotta do different interventions for them than I do for kids that are not in poverty that are reading. I know that kids maybe who experience trauma might be behind. I know that kids are whatever, right? Have poor attendance in school is a good one. Attendance is a total measure of that. So I'm gonna address school attendance strategy, right? So I just named 3 strategies. I'm gonna measure those strategies with performance measures. I'm gonna track school attendance or the program or whatever and see if it's moving the needle on those things. So my big thing is everybody reads. My little things are certain people need certain things to read better, right? Strategies. And I'm measuring both. Make sense? So we're gonna do that about your stuff, not about their grade. Okay. So this will be around, we'll move it around, we'll put it right here so you can see it. That's all we have to do. Sweet. All right. I want to show you one more thing, and then you're ready to break into action. It's gonna be amazing. Okay. More RBA. You see that? It's kind of blurry, it's kind of small. Let's make it bigger and more blurry, probably, right? Yeah, it's not bad.
That's good.
All right. So we're gonna use these questions to create results, indicators, strategies, and performance measures for these focus areas. This is how we build the plan. We're gonna do it over and over. You'll be tired of it by this afternoon, I'm sorry. That's how it goes. So these 7 questions are, you're gonna answer them in order. Like, this can be random, don't do this random. Start with number 1. Number 1 helps you answer 2, number 2 helps you answer 3, right? There's a progression. So we're gonna identify the result we want. What are the quality of life conditions we want, right? We're gonna do it about safety. We're gonna say, well, what, and we're gonna name that. Oh, we want crime to be down, or whatever you guys come up with. And then you're gonna say, what would it look like if we could see or experience it? Like, literally, you're walking around, what's it like in the town or out in the country or wherever you are, if it's safer? What's it like? Like, make it something tangible people can understand, right? It's not just like, the average number of incidents on Tuesday nights is blah-blah-blah. Like, what? What's that mean? It means when I go to the coffee shop at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, I'm feeling good about where I am, right? How do we measure these conditions? So you can name stats, you can name how people feel. You can name both. Both matter. Perception and reality, right? You can argue that perception is reality. I think they're 2 things, but they both matter for sure. Number 4, how are we doing on the most important measures? You don't have to go to Google and look up the crime rate. I don't care what it is. You can say about average, or it's bad, or pretty good, but man, if we could just get to here, it'd be amazing, right? So it can be a gut check. Don't waste time on this question. It matters, it's the least important. We can go get the answer later, right? If we decide we're gonna measure everything by the number of incidents on Tuesday nights, we can go look up that data later and plug this in. So don't get hung up on that. What are some things we could do? So this is just brainstorming. I've just identified, I want this to happen. I want to feel like this. We're doing pretty good. What can we do to do better? Right? So you're just gonna, at your table, you're gonna say, man, we can do this. I heard about a community that tried that. I saw this thing on NPR that said we could do this. I was watching Fox News and there was a place over in Toledo that did that. I wonder if these are ideas that we can consider, right? So you're just gonna literally write down 10 ideas. Then the rubber hits the road, you say, okay, well, what will we do? So you're gonna propose a solution, propose a strategy. You're gonna say, out of all those things we just named, I think we could do this one right away. This one's a little more long. Let's pitch both of these, do this now, do this in 2 years because we gotta ramp up, we need money, whatever we need, right? You don't have the thing to do it right now. Who do we need to help us? You're gonna name partners that should help you do the thing, whatever the thing is. Okay, if you don't have any, that's okay, I will. Make sense? Questions? Yes.
So what I'm struggling with, and maybe it's because we have this expertise at the table, but in my brain, it's hard to develop strategies if we don't know why things are the way they are.
Sure.
So an example, when I was here before, the teen pregnancy rate was very high. And when I came in, there was already a group meeting and they said, we need more birth control. We need it to be accessible. Teens know about birth control. It's not the problem.
Yeah.
So they were working on remote birth control clinics when that wasn't the issue.
Sure.
And so without that kind of data, can we be effective in developing these goals?
So this means you need a different strategy, right? So, what I would say is like, let's just go with that example. You're gonna be working at a team in your table and you decide that you want to reduce teen birth control as one of the life conditions we want, or not birth control, pregnancy. And so we want to increase control. But anyway, you decide that that's the thing. And somebody at the table says, let's just give every teen birth control. Everybody gets it. And you're like, well, teens are actually accessing birth control. Do we know that's the actual problem, right? Do we know what the problem is? Maybe you all agree, we don't really know what causes this problem. We just know we have the problem, right? It's like that rash that I have on my elbow. I'm kidding, I don't know. But if I did, when I woke up this morning with a rash, I'd be like, dang, I wonder if that's E. coli. That'd be a weird conclusion to jump to, right? So, but it might just be that I bumped a plant yesterday, right? So we need to figure it out. And figuring it out could be your strategy, right? So we need to learn what's causing this and then develop strategy. Like that's your strategy, right? So you don't have to, you can say, well, that's kind of a cop-out, Eric. No, it's not. It's not a cop-out. It's actually a very specific and logical thing to do. We're going to invest our time and resources in finding the root cause of teen pregnancy in Stephenson County and develop 2 to 3 strategies. And we're committed to doing this. We're going to commit resources and time and all this stuff to doing it. We're not just going to guess around anymore, right? So you're actually bringing intentionality and focus to an issue, even if you don't know what the right answer is yet. See how that's valuable? Does anyone question that? Because you may need that. You aren't going to sit in this room and know everything today. You just aren't, right? And you aren't going to be able to Google the answer. And you're just not. It's the things you're going to talk about today are more complicated than that. So you're going to really have to say, we're going to agree that we're going to go get this information and we're going to use that information. We just said we're planning to act using data, right, in our mission. So we're going to do that. You may have to just punt a little bit, buy time a little bit. Name that intentional action of we're going to go get the information we need to actually solve this problem. We've actually never done that. That's how you started your story. They just started throwing stuff at the problem. They never actually figured out what the problem is. So we're going to step back and say, we're actually going to find what the root cause is and then address that, right? And work on it from that perspective. That helps. So you're going to run into those things about whatever we get into here. And I'll be around, like, I might leave it and then coming back and seeing how you did it for. So other questions? So yes, you may not know everything. It's okay. You may not know every solution. It's okay. You're always going to use the assets you have, right? Everyone good with that? Should we try one? First one is weird, and then after that, you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. All right, so I have copies of the 7 questions that I'm going to put at the tables. We're going to work in teams. I feel like there's value in mixing in each team having some board and some staff people on it. So I'm going to do something insanely complicated, right? We're going to count off like 1, you're a staff person, 2, and you're a board member.
I'm a staff person.
You're a staff person, so then you're 2, right? But you're a board member, right? So you're 1. But you're a staff person, so you're
2.
No, she's 2. You're 3.
Oh, okay.
3. You're a board member, so you're
Two.
Yes. Your board
This
members,
is
you're
complicated.
3,
4.
5.
wait, how many do I want? I only want 5. Who said 5? Okay. No, I don't think I want 5. Sorry, I'm gonna make it a lot more complicated. So I want 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, right? 3. I want 4. 1. Board member, right? Yeah,
You have 5 staff members.
that one.
Board member, 2.
2.
3,
I think,
staff,
I think you're 4.
4.
3. I told you it's complicated.
4.
Yeah,
5.
1. 1. Thank you. You were right. You were right a minute ago.
Yeah, Casey's actually 5.
Oh, who's this?
I'm 4.
Staff.
That's Casey's
board member.
Okay, so
Plus we'll have
that's
Georgia.
1 and 2. So you're 2, she's 1, we have to help her. Everyone know your number?
You're 1, Casey.
I didn't say it.
Hey, we forgot Georgia.
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 Georgia needs an
Okay,
okay.
we'll throw Georgia in at the end.
So you good with your number? Okay, so we're gonna work at 4 different tables. This is gonna be table 1. Okay, so, and you're gonna work here-ish, right, or however you want, I actually don't care what you say. And that's 2, and that's 3, and that's 4. And it'll be that way all day. That number won't change, your number will change. But remember your number now, and go to that spot. Told you, complicated, I always screw with the complicated. So you're gonna go to table 1, 2, 3, or 4.
There you go. Can I say?
Threes are over here. 3s are over here. You can bring chairs. You'll have to move chairs around.
No,
I probably don't want to sit in a row. That's weird. 4s over here.
You haven't been watching?
Um,
Sometimes I click on and I am viewer number 1. And you know what then really gets me? Is
You
I
guys
look at
all
the number
ones?
of yes, 1. And like the core services always has the fewest views.
Oh, I know.
And then I'm like offended. Like, oh, really? You think finance is more important than diversion?
That was when.
Okay. So you got your 7 questions. You're gonna literally write the answer. You have to write the question because we all know the questions and you'll really know by the end of the day. But you're gonna write number 1 on the big sheet. And you're gonna write the answer to your question, the result. We're doing safety. So you're literally, you're just gonna write the answer on
All right, so we can all agree yes. We just need to clear a bunch of
Number 1.
Just kidding.
Why are there so many people over there?
Number 1. What is 1?
seconds. Okay? So you're just gonna go through the questions. And you don't even have to read every word, you can kind of hit the highlights if you think that covers it, right? Sure. This is just general for everybody. So the whole idea is to get it out. We're gonna have the papers here all day, we're gonna be able to look at them, it's not like we have to memorize what everybody's saying. So just make a quick pitch for how you guys thought about this, and then we're gonna go to the next group, and we're gonna go to the next group, we're gonna do all four, and then we'll talk about it. Go.
Okay, first thing we had was, what are the quality of life conditions that we want? What do we want to happen? First on, when we thought of was kids always being safe. But then we went back to, well, not just kids, but everyone feels safe, right? We talked about, well, how do you achieve that? What does it look like? And some of it is everybody is being responsible for themselves. Having employment opportunities for everyone so that they're not busy. Like Tim said, idle hands just creates potential for wrongdoing and also to get sucked into other issues. We also had law enforcement being trusted and engaged. And what does that look like? That's where law enforcement is involved in community activities. They're going out, they're doing outreach. We used to do that. And Ronnie and I were on the Freeport City Council where officers would ride bikes around and they would talk to people, and that's what it looks like. Quality conditions, just everyone feeling safe. Number two, what would it look like if we could see and experience them? I've already touched on some of that, but people looking out for one another, going and getting to know your neighbors. How often do people go and just introduce themselves to one another? How many people don't know who their neighbors are? And just generally feeling safe in our community. Three, how can we measure these conditions? How many neighborhood watch groups are there? How many arrests? What are the crime statistics? New opportunities that are not restricted by those conditions. Meaning if arrests are happening, maybe the element that is out there that's doing wrong doesn't feel so bold and they disappear, which ultimately creates more opportunities to go out and do things and walk downtown, go out to parks and not worry about the potential of a drive-by shooting. How are we doing now on the most important measures? Big basic thing is we came back, it's a work in progress. We're never going to completely eliminate any of it, but we've got to continue to push forward. And one example of that, we're hoping it's going to be the crime suppression unit that the county created. Number five, what are some things that we could do? The first thing we talked about, Ronnie brought up the Ring Doorbell program in the city of Freeport. And it's just community programs. It's not just one thing, but creating a condition for people to feel safe and cooperating. Also volunteerism.
It won't stick with you guys, so. There you go.
All right, number
Thanks,
6. What is the action that we will do? Create or foster an environment that promotes engagement. That's really the key that we came up with. It's not just the county board, it's not the city council, it's everybody in the community. So what do? You create neighborhood watches where you get that involvement that way, and also have listening sessions. Just going out into every district and asking people, what is important to you? Why don't you feel safe? What does it look like to you to feel safe? Number 7, who are the partners that have a role to play? Law enforcement, obviously, right now with the crime suppression unit, the county, the sheriff's office, they have monthly meetings with all the city and the village police departments to talk about what's going on and what needs to be addressed. Crime Stoppers, big organization. School programs, Ronnie brought up a really good one. How soon do you start? Do you start middle school, junior high, preschool, daycare, things like that? You've got to start young. We talked about churches, of course, always play a big role. State's attorney's office, public defender, judges, getting everybody at the table, all of the stakeholders, because it takes all of us. It's not just law enforcement, or it's not just the state's attorney. Business community, again, Ronnie, I sound like a broken record. Ronnie and I served on the city council in a time when the police chief did Do the Right Thing, where they celebrated successes of students. We always hear about what's not going right in the community with school or kids, but how often do we hear about the great things that kids are doing, and we need to celebrate that. Getting the business community involved with that is they would donate prizes basically, because it benefits everyone. If people are doing good, helps business, fosters that environment. And then of course, civic organizations, Rotary, NAACP, we put GFP because they folded in the chamber. Again, just it takes everybody to do this. It's not just the role of government.
Well done. All right. Table.
All right, we broke it down into these 4 categories: crime, property, poverty, drug use, and the infrastructure. They all obviously interplayed, but we kind of broke it down into those 4 categories and tried to address each of those as we went along. The thing we would like to see if this was all turned around is people out and about, kind of like we were talking yesterday. Increased nightlife and activities, and we said, yeah, we'd love a club or something, but also just people out past 5 o'clock downtown. Just something as simple as that. If there was a diner, even those small things, but we're not going to have even those simple things if these aren't addressed. And as we talked about yesterday, youth and family activities at night, outdoors. There's a few, but they're always in very isolated areas, and there's a reason for that. We talked about obviously monitoring the crime rates, keeping tabs on the average social economic status, drug use. There's a number of ways we can keep track of those numbers. And the infrastructure, just the simple things like count the number of lights we have. There's within 3 blocks, there's a number of sidewalks and intersections that you can't be on those sidewalks after dark because the sidewalk isn't maintained, there's no lighting, and a handful of other things. So just getting those numbers, and as we talk about in number 4, we're not sure if those numbers exist. That's something we would like to see, because it's not the hot issues of crime incidents, but we think that's just as important. As far as how we're doing, we know there's progress. We know there's progress in all these areas, but the feeling we had, the feeling we think is in the community is it's not enough yet, obviously. And we also talked about it always feels very narrow. There's always one issue, and that we're going to address that, we're going to knock that out, but it doesn't branch out very often. We talked about that's probably why a lot of the side issues tend to maintain. So we talked about the Crime Prevention Task Force, specifically including citizens. A lot of these, the people on the street are going to know about it first. And so the more we can include the citizens in these kind of task forces, the better. We've talked about the need at the county level, especially for increased just numbers of law enforcement, not only actual deputies and whatnot, but the social service program that we just got started. That's a dynamite program, and we'd all like to see that flourish and increase. The communication is going to be key. Not only what we're doing to address some of these issues, but what issues do the people want us to address? And how do they think we're doing? A lot of times we hear a complaint, say, yep, we'll address it. And then there's no check-in, there's no follow-through. So that back and forth communication, and that goes to resident engagement. Again, the more the citizens tell us what we should be doing, the more effective we can be in that address. Just increased data collection, both in the amount of data, but then the different avenues of data. We've talked a little bit about maybe we're paying attention to the wrong stat, or maybe we're paying attention to a stat in isolation. Communication and periodic, not just a one-time kind of thing. Increased resources for the medical and social service end of crime prevention. A lot of these, it's not just a law enforcement issue. If we can address some of the people that see it before it even escalates to that, then it lightens the load on all of these fronts. One thing we talked about is if we could start some kind of neighborhood beautification project, because if we incentivize neighborhoods taking pride in what their neighborhood looks like and feels like, then there's increased incentive for them to help us and advise us on how we can address some of these issues. Obvious partnerships for Interpol Partnership, the 708 Task Force, neighborhood watch groups, definitely getting the school district, both as a reporting mechanism and as a communication mechanism to, again, talk to kids before they have the ill experiences. Law enforcement and increasing their interaction with citizens in non-tense situations, and the various Crime Stoppers groups. Again, plenty of resources. It's about communicating and coordinating all of that.
Sweet. All right, let's go to this group on the door.
Okay, so number one, we look, we want to lower the crime rate. And mainly, I'll get to, when we talk about crime rate, safe neighborhoods, where people feel safe to walk home in the early evenings or anytime during the daytime. Monitoring the crime rate. On number 4, we looked at it in a different way, city versus the rural area. So we all know that the crime rate inside the city is poor because of crime stats that we can get through the FBI and through the Illinois State Police. The crime rate is good in the rural area. But then there is a problem in the rural area where the ambulance service, and it's been an ongoing thing, is we're looking at safety when we talk about ambulance service, is poor in the rural area, but good in the city. So and I'll talk about some solutions there when we get down. Hire more deputies to support inside the city of Freeport. I love to see, we hired 2 new deputies this year, possibly hiring 2 more deputies next year and do some metro policing inside the city of Freeport, where those deputies are assigned to the outskirts, but assist inside the city of Freeport, called metro policing. Winnebago does that right now, where Winnebago is right on the borderline and they can move in real quick to help the city of Rockford out. Of course, Mr. Helms and the sheriff worked on this trafficking and guns and stuff like that. Review the strengths and mutual aid agreements between the cities, the counties, the villages, and stuff like that. The city of Freeport, the county, the villages, and the fire districts working together on solutions. I recommend that county board members that represent districts in fire districts start attending the meetings to get an idea of what their issues are out there, that we can better things. One thing is that, and I want to drop back up here to 5 again, is that some counties do house number signs that they put in front. We've had huge issues out in rural Stephenson County with ambulance service from the private sector, getting the wrong data and going to the wrong address. And with the house number signs, a county-wide program would be a safety issue, to help the rural area and stuff like that.
How you guys doing? What the?
No, I'm gonna hold it.
All right, so we talked about a safe and respectful community with fewer crimes, but our focus of our conversation really was on like the perception of crime and what that means. And so you can look at data, but if you don't necessarily believe it, or if you feel something different, then you're not going to feel that it's safer. And so how can we look at changing perception? Also recognizing that there's kind of been a shift in, one example was in schools when a fight happens, instead of people thinking it's, something that you need to report, go get a teacher, they're pulling out their cell phones and videoing it. And so this perception of just violence in general, and how can we address that? So we looked at measuring these conditions, one being crime rates. Certainly court services gets a report every month on arrests and, what's being seen in the courthouse. Probation gives numbers on what crimes they're addressing within what comes through probation. So we get numbers like that. But we also looked at going beyond that and looking at how our rates compare to other similar areas that relate to Freeport, and as well as the rates of Stephenson County and looking at over time. So how was it 5 years ago as opposed to today, instead of just looking at it on a monthly basis. Also utilization of community resources. So I think it was this group that talked a lot about that. So you feel safe, you're gonna be out and about. And so how do you measure that? And I know that there are some measurements of that right now. Businesses can look at how many people are going through their doors. Parks have measured those things before. There's capabilities of doing that. Crime report rates we talked about also. So it's not just what actually makes it to the courthouse, but what's being reported and where it's being reported from. So using that data to make decisions. And then we also talked about staff turnover with law enforcement. So whether, there's an asterisk by it because there was some difference of opinions on it. Is it related to safety or is it just more administrative things? But then we talked about, even down further, staff turnover. If we're looking at perception, how do you change perception of safety? Staff turnover is really important when you're looking at developing trust between the community and law enforcement. If it's the same person that's there and showing up, trust is just easier to develop in general. So how are we doing right now? We know that we have the highest crime rate in the 15th Judicial Circuit, specifically when it's related to violent crime, like home invasions and guns and things like that. But we also know that staff turnover is improving. We know that, the Sheriff's Office is doing pretty well. Freeport Police Department has certainly been reporting that their staff turnover is improving. And so that's something that is on the upswing. What are some things that this is where we ran out of time. So we have to go really fast. But we talked about community policing to improve trust. So we focused more again on changing perception. So community policing is a great way to do that. And the other, what action is that we can do is to show up, be an active participant in the conversations. Whether it's attending things to learn more, getting more education, whether it's attending town halls and doing something with that information. And we brought up the town hall we had, the social justice town hall, and we had it, but then what did we do with that information? People showed up, but then it goes beyond that, being an active participant with the information. And who's responsible? I think everyone has a responsibility in safety. But then specific partnerships, because again, we were focusing on more changing perception of law enforcement. So how can we work with the Freeport Police Department? Because again, other teams have identified, we know that the violence happens particularly is much higher in the city of Freeport, but the city of Freeport is in the county. So how can we work together to improve safety and develop the trust of law enforcement in general? Because I know, like, when a lot of people talk to me, they don't see a difference between the sheriff's office and the police department. It's just law enforcement in general. And so how can we work together to improve that perception?
So when you guys look around at these various things, we'll bring that one up here too. What are two or three? You guys had similar approaches to how you named the problem. You had similar approaches to the kinds of things generally that you were using to measure the problem, right? It was how we felt and perception and crime data. Some of you got into the idea of whether people use the community amenities or not, right? As another potential measure. If I feel safe, I'm gonna be in a park. If I don't, I won't, right? So I think there's some good alignment around how you see and approach measuring and thinking about the problem. And then what to do about it. Not dissimilar, really. a strong, almost across the board, at least 2 or 3 of the groups are really kind of focusing on this idea of like engaging the community, whether it's through neighborhood watch groups, or other types of, community engagement strategies. And then there's also a couple of you where you want to specifically invest in officers or infrastructure, right? A lighting strategy or a better communication strategy or physically more officers to be here or there. Does that sound right? Are there 1 or 2 or 3 things that you would name when you look at this whole thing that you're like, I think we should make it a strategy for the county to do X? What would you name when you look across the conversation? You don't have to know so if I said the county should develop a community engagement strategy that focuses on crime, I don't have to know any more than that today, right? Because you would go out, if it were me, if I were the staff person you assigned that to, I would go out and research best practice around this. I'd come back and I'd say, hey, here's 4 great ways to do this that I think are a really great fit for our community. Here's why I think that. Here's what the research says. Here's the potential impact it would have. Which one do you guys want to do? Which 4? You want to invest in them all? What do you want to do, right? You'd have, that's the takeaway over the next 12 to 24 months is you all investigating and deciding the best way to support community engagement, recognizing that you've got constituents in, a large number in the city and, but also many in rural communities. So the conversation in rural communities around engagement might be around safety from emergency services or response times or something like that. And in the city, it might be about other things, right? So that kind of, this group talked about it in that sort of 2-lens way. What do you guys think?
Well, here's what I'm planning on doing. I'm gonna work with all the persons that's in my district. We pretty much got the same area.
Mm-hmm.
That we're gonna be meeting on a monthly basis to talk about things. And then also too, be a part of her neighborhood watch group to talk about county and stuff like that. I just think it's important that if she's covering the same area that I'm covering, that we need to be more, and also too, Sam, who's my counterpart, that all 3 of us be on the same page to really address a lot of issues.
Okay. That's an easy thing you can do on your own. And you could say maybe every board member wants to commit to that, maybe they don't, but it could be the kind of thing you develop. That could also be the kind of thing if you did name, develop community engagement strategies. Example 1 is board members are engaging in community input watch conversations or hosting town hall meetings if that's more appropriate.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was one thing that had on the back of my mind. We had a town hall meeting one time.
Yeah.
It was well attended. Why not do a town hall meeting? I'm not saying every month, but at least have a town hall meeting and invite people in.
Yeah, the only reason I would tell you not to do one is if you're not gonna do anything about it afterwards.
Well, that part's true. That part's true.
But otherwise, it's a great idea. So if you guys feel like a community engagement strategy makes sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, everybody, I think the other 2 things along with that, what Adam brought up, and the whole idea of unification and taking responsibility, encouraging that and fostering it in communities, that's a really good thing. And one of the other ideas Scott brought to the table that was back in the day is this idea of encouraging that in people on an individual basis. When we used to have a program, what was it, the kids
Do the right
do the right thing. I'm not aware of anything like that going on in our community today. And any way you can engage, not only engage the community, but encourage efforts that get us toward that goal in 2050. I mean, we can hire all the police officers we want. I'm all for that. Having a strong policing force or a law enforcement force that's, again, encouraged to be engaged. We should have a representative of the law enforcement community at those town hall meetings, as a for instance.
but doing more to encourage family relationships, neighborhood relationships, responsibility, taking responsible action. 'Cause in my mind, it all comes back to that. If you have responsible citizens taking care of their own whatever, right, their own area of influence, and looking out for others, neighborhood watch, going to town hall meetings and engaging in the community effort, you're gonna have strong community.
I think one of the,
Sometimes I think that has to be fostered, they may not have to know how to do that themselves. You know,
Mhm.
they have no idea how to get to that point, and so I think that's where they can be as well.
Yeah, my wife grew up without a dad, right, so I'm been engaged in that for 30 years. And some of the repercussions of that, so I'm sure.
Well, and it might be like tools of facilitation, might be what the county does to encourage, right? When you say encourage that, I say, what do you mean? And, an example might be, well, we provide toolkits and maybe facilitation training quarterly or something like that. So then, as a citizen in the neighborhood, I'm like, oh, I would be willing to lead that. I don't know how though. I get a toolkit online, or I go to a, evening facilitation. Here's how to facilitate your neighborhood watch program, right? Like those types of how-to sort of things would be good. Someone back here was saying
yeah, I was
something.
gonna, I think one of the first things that we need to do is understand what people are already doing.
Yeah.
Because there are people
Right,
doing
that's
things
true.
like do the right thing programs, and it's very small because they don't know how to expand it, or they don't know how to get the resources.
Right.
I know that there's I don't even know what the program's called, but they're having men show up to elementary schools. There's people doing things,
Yeah.
but we don't always know what those are. So how can we support those or continue to foster that if we don't even know it's already in existence? So I think the first step is knowing what people are already doing or trying to do.
Be a voice for that, those things, yeah.
So that's community engagement, makes sense. Seems like there's some clear things you could, again, this is when you make the plan, that's just the beginning, right? So then you gotta do the plan, and then you're gonna go like, well, wait, we said the strategy. What does it mean to do that strategy? You're gonna create those solutions, right? So we won't name every action you're gonna take for the next 3 years in our plan, but we'll name the strategy around engagement, and we'll give suggestions around ideas like providing tools and resources to foster community engagement, or, mapping existing plans and looking for, best practices to support, right? Like those are two things that you just said, right? Not in those words, but, so that's one idea. Another idea here is around just investing in either police, right? Physical, more police, and or infrastructure. The infrastructure is everything from, lighting, and that's sort of a strategy, or cameras are often another piece of that strategy, to house numbers, right? Which is that's an easy one. So what is your take on those? Is that a thing you wanna put in? Is it a thing that's already in the works? Are we building on that? Is it a new idea?
I can talk to that one.
Yeah.
I think the house number thing is a really good idea. I think it's gotten a lot better with Google. You can find things
Sure.
better. But Wisconsin, if you go up in there, a lot of areas, again, you go down any rural road, you know exactly. where
I was
the house
standing
is.
here when you guys were saying that, I'm like, what? I grew up in Wisconsin.
Yeah, you
And
know
we had a
exactly
fire,
where the house.
we had a fire number in my house, so, they were called fire numbers.
Sure.
I think they call them something broader now, but, cause I just got one assigned, I bought a property in James County, and they just assigned our number, and they call it something else, but, and I go, you need a fire number? Anyway, I thought it was like, the whole world did it, for all I knew, so it was really interesting to hear that you don't.
I know that Chris and fire department.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like the county is starting to work towards this because our GIS and 911 are trying to build that
Yeah,
better mapping and better information to share.
yeah.
But I mean, we could play a role in that with our GIS,
Yeah.
partnering.
So, this is safety, and it's really about emergency response type safety, right? Not the crime side of safety.
How's number two work, Terry? Is the bus driver Dakota?
Right, you roll up, like,
He's like, where am
the
I?
house is right there. The house is a quarter mile back in the driveway, and you're trying to like, you can access down to see the house number. If they even have one, I get it. All right, so what about investing in deputies or, like, you just launched this, what's the name of the program, the
Crime suppression unit.
crime suppression unit. I feel like these are things you want to name and retain, even if it's like continued support of crime suppression unit. You know, we don't have to name everything you've ever already launched and is already happening, but if there are 2 or 3 either relatively new and if, you know, this is a hot idea that we need it just needs focus right now, right? It needs support, it needs attention. Let's put it top of mind and have it in our plan, that type of thing. Name some of those.
The other,
Let me give you a little history. You know, back in 2002, we were going through a budget time and error. And Martin McElroy was the finance chair at that time, really, and we had a huge layoff of deputies. And I don't think we ever got back to that number that we, now slowly but surely, we hired 2 this year. I like, you know, to see how that all works and then maybe look at 2 next year. But I don't think we're at the number that we were at back in 2002 when we did the huge layoff.
one initiative our sheriff's department has done is we've got the social service officer now, a soft interview room, a therapy dog, things that we haven't done in law enforcement, at least on the county end, which I think are vast improvements, especially with child victims.
For sure. That's good, and that's something you would want to keep on your radar, right? Is sort of continue these types of things, continue crime suppression, continue and evaluate investing in additional officers, right? Continue and evaluate social service officer outcomes. Like,
And then
can you
also-
imagine reading a strategic plan that says that and feeling like those are the things we should be doing?
That also helps with like the dual diagnosis crimes where you're dealing with a mental health
Right.
that turns into a crime, looking for help or something like that. But we're gonna need the resources to
Yeah. for sure.
treat those things.
Yeah, and like, you know, assigning money to these things happens later, right? So I'm not saying be pie in the sky about it, just put down anything, you know, but at the same time, if these, as you name priorities and you've got a whole strategic plan and then you start to look at the budget, then you start to evaluate, okay, you know, these are, now you've got a basis for your budget conversations, right? You have this plan and you're gonna be able to say, we had 19 priorities in our plan. How does crime rank against this one over here when it comes to, you know, where we're gonna spend our money, right? This year, next year, might change, whatever, but, or, oh, we got a grant to cover that, so now we freed up, you know, right? It gives you a really clear way to have these conversations that are based on an agreed upon approach that you all have, right? So it doesn't mean you aren't gonna have a difficult debate about this or that, but it gives you a basis for it instead of just, I show up and think this and you show up and think that, right? So you'll be able to direct yourselves back to this. Yeah.
As far as spending money goes, you know, I think there's some things that we can look at and do here. And we should always be looking for things that don't require additional funding or significant additional funding. Money is always going to be a limited resource. That's what economics are based on. We're always going to have a limited resource that we're dealing with. The first thing would be throughout all of this, it talks about monitoring crime rates. I don't know if we're monitoring crime rates as a county entity. You know, if we're really serious about getting, number one, a baseline, which I think we should have for everything, whether it's the crime suppression unit or just in general, we need to have a baseline. What's our starting point? Are we, how do we measure if we're doing better or worse? And I think if we're serious about it, it's something that we have in maybe one of the committees, the safety, property and public safety, or Kurt's hiding. And, we're at least somebody's looking at this on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis. And we talk about it on a monthly or quarterly basis in our county board meeting, because that shows that we really are on top of it. Good, bad, or indifferent, we're measuring it, we're monitoring it, we're serious about it. In terms of spending money or finding some ways to maybe be more economical, mutual aid agreements. And specifically, these guys came up with, the look at the situation in the city versus the county. And with those two things, it's really two sides of one coin. It's good in one, it's bad in the other relative to crime and policing, and the other be ambulance service. I don't know if there's any way that we can meld those together to say, maybe the city can help in the county with ambulance, maybe we can help in the city with police. I don't know if it's viable, but I think it's a worthy thing to do.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Kurt, but one thing the sheriff spoke about with the crime suppression unit is you might see an increase in arrests, which would be skewing it, but it's those things that we weren't catching.
Right.
Being proactive.
Being proactive about it, which would be, the gun trafficking, drug trafficking, human trafficking, those sorts of things that we didn't have the resources to monitor before. Will actually spike your numbers, but the trickle down effect in the years to come will lessen.
Sure.
We didn't talk about that in terms, well, we think the sheriff, I mean.
Oh, I was gonna say.
You're kind of talking about what probably should be shared with the public safety traffic, that reports a lot of.
Right. The other thing is increase our crime rate, even though.
Communication of, these positive things that we got going on in the community. We could put a whole list of how to get involved on the website, and maybe at the county board meeting and even the local newspaper, we could highlight a couple of these every month. These, positive things that we're doing.
Good idea.
I just want to put a shameless plug for our I-plan process and say the 5-year community assessment that we have to do to stay certified in the health department. We are in the process of doing that now, and it's based on social determinants of health, which covers all of these things we're talking about. So we talked about data and baseline. We'll have that information July-ish. However, we need your help getting that out so we have as many as possible.
If you send that out to me, I will send it to the department heads and the board. I did that for crime.
I sent it to the department heads, but not to the.
Okay.
No, that's good. Just make it clear now. All right, so we're gonna switch. Here's what I took away from this conversation in terms of strategies, right? Engagement strategies, there's lots of examples in there. Sort of maintain support type strategies, crime suppression unit, investing in officers, right? Maintain support, evaluate, right? So these are decisions you're gonna make. This fire number idea, and it probably doesn't maintain that, that'd be new. This maintain support, evaluate social service officer. The idea of having an urban and rural lens to this might be valuable for you to learn different things and not just get caught up in like the ugliest number in front of you, right? And it's probably name the strategy, review mutual aid agreements to look for opportunities that relate to, right, this whole approach. It doesn't mean you're gonna just scrap them all and start over, it just means we're gonna look at them and we're gonna do it with our partners. This idea of getting regular data and updates from maybe through committee into the board. So maybe it's monthly at a committee and quarterly at a board. And actually building that into your agenda is what that would mean to me if I were gonna implement it. So on a quarterly basis, we're gonna look at crime data this quarter, see where we're at, hear what's happening, understand where the needs are, and then explore opportunities to improve, right? So again, this idea of continuing improvement, building that into the way you work. Communicate communicate engagement opportunities and progress. So like, let's develop a communication strategy to do that. And then I just made the note that you said we can get some of this data we're gonna need probably by July, which isn't that far away, to support this baseline kind of information as well. So if you pulled up your strategic plan in a month and you saw those strategies on it, would you feel like in terms of safety, that's a meaningful start?
Yes.
And if you can imagine working on that for the next couple of years and seeing some kind of impact from it. Is there anybody who's like, no, that's not good enough? Okay, cool. So we'll go to the next thing. So for this one, we're gonna stay in the same groups. And then after this one, we're gonna rotate groups, just because it's so hard for me to count. I don't wanna do it more than I have to. So, we're gonna do economic development. You're gonna answer the 7 questions. Okay, so economic development as you guys perceive it in your community. Obviously, one aspect of it is, somebody said this yesterday, like, hey, don't we just hire somebody to do that anyway? Yeah, you do. So talk about that. You hire GFP. What do they do for you? Are you seeing the results you want? Are there different results? Whatever, right? So that's part of it. But are there other things? And yesterday, when we were sorting focus areas, you guys were like, well, is land use part of it? So just decide in your group, should we leave that separate? Or should we integrate it? I mean, if you guys start talking about economic development and you're immediately talking about Mill Race Crossing, then maybe land use is part of economic development, right? But maybe there's other land use issues too that we need to talk about. So I'll leave that up to you because you know your community way better than I do. But I'm just saying that out loud to you. So economic development, workforce, jobs, could be workforce housing, right? GFP land, all of the above.
So it's quality of life conditions that we want.
What's this one? Nicole's group, but won't be Nicole.
Pardon me? Okay.
You're all right, Bill, we would rather have Nicole than.
No, okay. So, so we look at, really what we're looking here, and Greater Freeport Partnership talked about this many times, is we're looking for more high-paying jobs. This would attract and retain people, the higher paying jobs brings more outside people into the community. And so the next step is a greater opportunity, more people, jobs, more revenue. And the Come Home campaign that Greater Freeport Partnership worked on might bring home the youths that go off to college and want to come back to Freeport. And there's not these great jobs, and stuff like that. So that's why, we talk about the higher paid job. How we look at the unemployment rate, poverty rate, to measure things. Now, number 4, lack of industrial space and job opportunities. Why I bring that up is that we do have a lack of industrial space. We got one that's 4 miles out, Mill Race Crossing. Of course, I've been around day one when that all started back in 2006. And of course, the big issue is water and sewer. And if we could never get any water and sewer out there, it's pretty much of a dead issue. So when I say lack of industrial space and job opportunities, I had a person come to me and he said, since you have water and sewer out on Lamb Road, why wouldn't you continue to go across Route 26, buy up all that farmland and continue? And I know Greater Freeport Partnership, before you even got on, was talking about expanding from Lamb Road. And a person brought up that if we went across Route 26, we would have more industrial space. It would be closer to the city. There wouldn't be too much of a transportation issue, and we have a great pool to draw from in Freeport. So, like I say, there's been a lack of industrial space, and that would be a great opportunity to look at alternate sites for industrial space. 6 and 7 are kind of combined a little bit, pursuing opportunities with the city, the county, Greater Freeport Partnership, looking at different ways, so, like we talked about, alternate industrial sites. Because we gotta find things where the water and sewer is close by to continue, and, like I say, the person that brought that idea up out by Menards to go across 26 where all that farmland is and continue, there wouldn't be much of a big cost with water and sewer at that time too. So, but working with our partners, the city and county and Greater Freeport Partnership, to look at alternate spaces and stuff like that within the Round City of Freeport.
Perfect. Well done. All right, let's go to this group. The key takeaway on that one is alternate industrial.
This is why I type all my lessons. So we started by thinking about what kind of job, what kind of economic development we would want, and not like what industry, but what it would mean to the community and the people. If it's not a job, and this is employer and employee, if it's not a job that supports a family, that allows for family participation, it's not a job we want. If it's not an employer that doesn't participate in the community, or doesn't allow a schedule where their employees can participate in the community, it's not a job we want. Jobs that allow for growth, jobs that provide benefits of some kind, provide a livable wage. They're all conditions we want in any kind of development. Both what they do to their community and what they do to their individual employees. We also talk about the diversity of businesses and industries, because especially if you look at downtown Freeport, there's about 5 shops that sell the same stuff, more or less. And that's great, but also we could do better. So seeing what that can be done, and then, new and existing businesses, we need to focus on both. Specifically, we talked about the local and the small kind of startup, businesses. We've had some corporate big, things interested, and that's dynamite, but also we need to have some kind of balance, because these are the people that are already part of the community, and they already are interested in these things we mentioned up here. We are looking for businesses that grow and stay and invest in the community. Increased family presence in the community, again, going back to what we talked about yesterday. Low unemployment, and then jobs that are careers and not just careers that require a college degree. Jobs you could start at and end at. The amount of people switching jobs, I think the average rating was like, they'll switch jobs like 7 to 8 times. If we can attract businesses that don't require that, that's a much more stable workforce, it's a much more stable community. So we can look at the unemployment rate, we can look at, new businesses and businesses that are growing and what the rate is, the number of family households, not just single apartment dwelling kind of thing. School retention would actually be a really interesting way to do this, because again, it speaks to the presence of families and longevity of employees. And then, of course, the cost of living. How are we doing? Not great. We didn't feel we needed to say much more than that. Not great, for a number of reasons. One of the things we talked about is we don't really know what steps we can start taking in general. So our first action was, let's talk to the businesses. Let's have that back and forth communication with businesses that are either here, businesses that have left, and maybe there's no chance of getting them back, but we'd like to know why they left. And businesses that might be interested in coming here. What are the barriers to this location, to them coming, yada, yada? Taxes are gonna be a big thing at a variety of levels. And then what resources are here, aren't here, we could provide? What would these businesses need from us? And then, of course, it all comes down to data collection, getting those numbers, so we have something consistent. We all know a business owner who has their specific problems, but we need a wider swath of these industries. You talked about, one of the easiest things we could do, kind of like the neighborhood beautification, a county business of the month. Just some kind of recognition. Hey, this is the business that we think is doing dynamite this month. Here's a gold star they can put on their banner out front, or whatever. Again, simple things just to show we're paying attention. Facilitate business community interaction. There's not a whole lot we're going to do, but we can support those that do. We talked about interactions and support between those businesses and community. And then one thing we could specifically do, revisit any county regulations. Again, there's a lot of state stuff, there's a lot of city stuff, there's a lot of stuff we can't touch. But there's a few things we could do at the county level and at least see what that looks like. Some obvious partnerships, Greater Newport Partnership, established businesses, and then we started talking about the education system, so the Career Tech program through Highland. They may not be starting businesses, but they're definitely building a skilled workforce that would attract those businesses. Highland, just in general, again, speaking from experience, we're always looking for ways we can invest and expand the programs we offer. And then, again, the school district, not only because it helps us monitor the population, but it helps us know what our students are ready for. And if they're going to college, great. We'd love them to come back. If they're not going to college, great. We'd love you to start working in our community right away. And again, how can we get them started in a job that they could then retire from? Getting that beginning to end, no matter what they choose to do the day after graduation.
All right. Awesome, good indicators on that. And, an interesting lens, right? So, they had a couple sort of like awareness and engagement type strategies in there, but what was interesting to me on that one is just, you kind of thought about what a good job means, right? And how you, like, what's quality, right? So I think that's kind of an interesting thing to try to, bring to the table. All right, solicitors, good guy. Who's talking?
All right, well, the first one, what are the quality of life conditions that we want? Good paying jobs, of course, everybody's gonna say that, but what does that really look like? Do we just want money? Do we want quality of life, park systems, things like that? We talked about not only good paying jobs, but also benefits, flexibility, being able to raise a family and remain in the community. But what does that look like? It comes back to me, at least, housing stock, but not just housing stock, but relevant housing stock. So a house that maybe my parents thought was great, maybe it's not so much in my world. I want something different. So if I don't have good housing stock in the area, it's really hard to get people to come. And of course, for companies then to create the good paying jobs to attract those people. So it's an issue. Number two, what would it look like if we could see or experience them? Talked about having respectable, responsible, and reliable communities. Multiple options for good paying employment, foster a pro-business environment, and less regulations or hurdles to start. Again, I don't necessarily agree that it's the county's job to create jobs, but we want to make sure we're fostering an environment that is positive for that job creation to occur. How can we measure these conditions? Employment data, of course, unemployment rates, crime rates. Crime rate is up. You're probably not going to be having much economic development. And of course, investment opportunities. What is out there? What's available for people to start businesses or invest in those businesses? And one thing that we talked about, we did put on here, is tax rate. Tax rates go up. You really want to increase the tax base, not the rate. So the higher the base is, the more people here, the lower the rate. Good way to measure it. Number four, how are we doing now on the most important measures? We agree that transportation definitely needs to improve. Thanks, Tim. Transportation needs to improve. Questions that I posed is, and I did them actually in the wrong order, but why are we using GFP as a county? And I'm not suggesting we shouldn't, but do we know why? Are we utilizing GFP to its fullest? And as a county, are we making it difficult to start a business? Those are questions I think that we need to really ask ourselves as a board and department heads to decide if we're really measuring success or not. Tim and I had a conversation about should we do economic development in-house? And I've never really been a proponent of that because we can hire an expert to do it. But are we really deciding as a board what we want for economic development? And then are we giving those points to GFP and asking them to fulfill that? Or are we just going through and checking off a box every year at budget time that we are investing in GFP? Five, what are some things we could do? Employment retention, expansion, those are big ones to me. You want to grow, but you need to retain what you have here and make it, create a situation where expansion is good. Mr. Hadley talked about Millrace Crossing and other areas. You've got to have places available for existing companies to expand or they will leave. We need to better communicate expectations, but again, what are those expectations? I don't know what every board member's expectations are for economic development. That's something we've got to understand as a group. Number six, what is the action that we will do? Educate the board on the partnerships that do exist and what they do. We start there. I really believe that. Then you need to engage the stakeholders and have them communicate their priorities. And the stakeholders are just about everybody that lives here. If you live here, you are a stakeholder. Number seven, who are the partners that have a role to play? And I went a little crazy here. Greater Freeport Partnership, Blackhawk Hills, Region 1 Planning, North Community of Government, Health Department, school districts, park districts, Housing Authority, Landlord Association. The list can go on and on because it's all related. Everything is related here. Housing is is such a big issue.
A bunch of strategies in there, a lot of good questions to ask and answer for yourselves. Probably with PhDs. Yeah.
One of the things we didn't add that I'd like to at least throw out there, that goes along with something Adam said, with, the education piece, what type of apprenticeships are there?
Yeah, right like that.
Could use a lot more of that. I don't know what you people in just the electrical industry, they would love to have more guys to just come in and help, you know, and learn the trade.
Yeah, and workforce. All right. Talk to us.
All right, and so we talked about what that quality of life conditions and opportunities for well-paying jobs, but also an available workforce for those available jobs. And so what it would look like, improved housing stock, so having that availability for people to come in. And we also know that when people feel comfortable, they don't have to worry about, if they're gonna have enough groceries or if they're gonna be able to get their kids into daycare, they don't have to worry about those things. Then we're gonna see an increase in greater community involvement because they have the space to be able to do that. And also employee retention, right? Like using the example of IBM from yesterday, right? If you have a well-paid job that people want to be at and feel included and welcome, then you're going to see employee retention. How can we measure these conditions? So the number of businesses that we have, whether it be expansion or growth or just new businesses that are coming in. Also rental properties versus home ownership. So looking at those things, if we have employee retention, there should be an increase in home ownership. Median salary, graduation rates for pathway programs. So just a little bit differently than just graduation rates in general, but those specific pathway programs to look at vocations. How are we doing? It's a challenging environment. But we did talk about in the community, there is more diversity in vocational programs, like the school district in Highland, like our education system has really focused on having diversity in vocational programs. And there's also local small groups that are really focusing on getting younger people involved in trades. And so there's been that happening in our community also. Some things that we can do, we identified that we do give tax incentives for businesses to come here, but it hasn't really worked. So we know that it can incentivize a business to come, but there has to be more. So is it shovel ready? I mean, we've already identified that we haven't been able to use certain land because it wasn't shovel ready. And so that's what that plus is. So keeping with tax incentives, but then having more. We also talked about being alternative power friendly. And Stephenson County has a history of being one of the first counties to be friendly to alternative power, solar, wind. So continuing on that and also educating, what that means, how much tax revenue comes in because of those things. I don't think a lot of people understand that. There was an education happening in our little group over there about what that means when you have the tax revenue coming in. The village of Lena as a perfect example of what you can do with that. We also talked about have a bigger media presence with the absence of like a real local newspaper, like the Journal Standard. While we have one, it's in different states that function the paper. So we've missed out on a lot of opportunities to be able to have that journalism to educate on what's really going on, specifically in our community. And so that's something more that we can do as a county to make sure that we're getting information out in some way on what's going well, or education just in general. For example, when we get to number 6, what actions will we do? So provide support for education alternative energy, right? So there's working with the companies and saying like, hey, if you're looking at this spot, we know that there's usually a lot of public participation that comes with these zoning meetings, and this is what their concerns are, so why don't we be proactive? Here's some things, that might benefit to make this process smoother, like that. And we also talked about, getting information out on different, when we're talking about media presence, getting information out on what's going well as far as expansion of, what Greater Freeport Partnership is doing. Who really knows? We do get a report. Who reads it? Right? Like, is everybody on the board reading it? And so making sure that we're also we know it, but we're also getting that information out. Looking at businesses just in general, like, what businesses offer the opportunity for returning citizens to seek employment. That's super important, right? Because not all businesses will do so. So how much are we getting that kind of information out? And then also utilizing the partnerships in existence, right? We talked about that in other groups. So we have things in place. We have these partnerships that are meant for it, but what really are we giving them to, what goals and focuses and priorities are we giving them? Are we using them to the fullest potential? If you look at Blackhawk Regional Council, we're in that group, and we talk about fiber and that's a different section, but Joe Davies County is just about every project. Why is that? And so looking at utilizing partnerships better. And so, Greater Freeport Partnership, Highland School District, Blackhawk Regional Council, business owners, workers, everyone having that role to play in meeting those goals.
So how do you guys engage with a partner like, whether, I would say the North Cod, the regional planning group, the Blackhawk Hills, the GFP.
Representatives.
You're on their board.
North Cog, we're not a member of the board, but invited to go to those as part of Region 1 Planning in Rockford, which we are a member of.
Okay.
George's representative for the Greater Freeport Partnership. We have another board member who's a representative for Blackhawk Hills. I'm the representative for the Health Department, the county's liaison to that. Yeah.
So then which is it like, I think it'd be interesting to me to explore step 2 to that, right? So if step 1 is, I'm a member of Blackhawk Hills, which means that I being the county's a member of Blackhawk Hills, which means that I get a seat on the board. That's useful and good in a bunch of ways. But it seems like step 2 would be like, I'm the county and I sit down with the Blackhawk Hills team, right, staff, whatever, and I say, these are 4 things we have to fix in Stephenson County. And I know you can say that as a board member at a board meeting, but I don't think it's the same as some kind of 2 or 3 times a year. I'm just throwing this out there as an idea. It could be a lot, but a couple times a year, we sit down and make sure that our priorities are understood in a way that goes beyond me helping guide the organization's overall work by being a board member. You see the
Those
difference?
representatives need to know what the county needs, just showing up at a meeting doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to take away from anyone's work as a board member at a board meeting, but you're like one of 12, 15, and there's an agenda. And it's easy to mention a priority in the midst of a larger conversation, which is very different than if I sit down and carve out 2 hours and walk through in more detail or, right, that sort of thing, and really try to create strategy around it. You guys get what I'm driving at? And so it's a question, they may not even want to do that, by the way, right? I'm not saying they don't, I don't know how they
It's
work.
already being done with Blackhawk Hills. They strategize well, I think,
Like with who though?
Well, with the county and Greater Freeport Partnership, they work with every county and they know what our priorities are. you know.
Yeah.
We give, every so often they do that with all the counties, I don't know when the last time it was done. But, yes, they do that, they know what there's like 5 counties, they know each county's priorities.
How do they know?
Because, the county and Greater Freeport Partnership has worked with them on our priorities, so.
Whose job is it in this county to do that?
I think we all need to do probably a better job of asking board members what the priorities are. We haven't done that in a long time.
I'm not trying to push on you, Bill, I'm just saying, like, if you can't name the person that had the conversation with the executive director at Blackout Hills, then I'm not convinced.
Sam,
I don't know if it was.
Well, not saying, but,
You see what I mean?
well, Greater Freeport Partnership has worked along, I mean, the last time we did something like that was when I was chairman, we looked at our priorities. I mean, there is a priority out there that, they could pull up and say, this is Stevens County's priority.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. When I hear something like the solar projects go to Davies County, I would want to be able to have a conversation with the VHP and say, why does that happen? What could the county do different? Are we not ready in some way that is making, and it's gonna be that in some way, like I talked to you guys yesterday, the dollars flow where people are ready and want them to go first. They just do. I mean, or the dollars flow where things are so desperate and broken that we have to intervene, right? So COVID-19 dollars flowed to the communities with the highest property that got hit the hardest by COVID, right? That's the negative side of it. The other side of it is if you've got a shovel-ready site, dollars are gonna flow to it, right? You're ready. So we're completely a disaster, dollars flow to disasters, and they flow to readiness. And everywhere in between is just fighting on that spectrum, right? And if you're in the middle on the spectrum, dollars are flowing away from you probably more often than not because they're going to ready and they're going to disaster. See what I mean? Like just general speaking here, like you can't check my math on it or anything, but it's like kind of just general observation, common sense, right?
I think what you're trying to say is we need a defined process.
Well, yeah, I think so.
Putting these thoughts and ideas together and then testing them on, I don't think we have a defined process.
That's kind of the whole point of doing this.
It is.
Right?
This will help.
We can figure out what the priorities actually are.
Yeah.
So we can plan.
And maybe going
and we should be doing something like this with those partners.
potentially.
With those entities that we're all involved in. I can tell you on planning and development, the only report that we get regularly is Greater Freeport.
Yeah. Yeah. And like,
Right, I mean, I don't remember everything that's on our agenda, but every single month, Greater Freeport is there.
Yeah.
And there is no other report, written or otherwise.
right. And the reports are good because it's information and communication and that sort of thing. But it's also like, where's the intentional moment in time where this organization is engaging beyond the regular board meeting? And by the way, the question actually might need to be reversed, right? So it might not totally be your problem to solve. So the question I actually wrote down is how does, whether it's GFP or DHP or any of them, I wrote GFP, how does GFP work with partners to develop priorities? And the answer is probably like, oh, we do that at our board meeting. We do that with our board. And that's okay, I get that. But I feel like there could be some value in just a next level, deeper engagement between the county and Black Hills, or the county and R1. If nothing else, just to express more clearly and in more detail a challenge you're having or a priority that you have, around this land, or did you know we're really bent on like developing this land and getting it shovel ready, and we want you on the lookout for these, it's our number one priority, we want you on the lookout for these things, right? Like, that's what I want out of Black Hills. I want them to know that the number 1, 2, and 3 things I wanna do in this county in the next 2 years is solve X, Y, and Z. And, you know, I want more solar, so tell me how to fix that, or I want more of this, so tell me how to help you get that, right? I'm not sure you accomplish that at a board meeting. I'd be skeptical that you do, only because I've sat on an economic development organization board. And yeah, did I have a voice? Sure. Did it give me the same thing that I just said? No. Right? That makes sense? So maybe there's a strategy there around engaging each of these partners, and whether it's them creating a mechanism for engaging with you, or you saying, I'm gonna make a 1-pager that I get to sit down with them and the chairman's gonna do it, or George is gonna do it, whoever. But back to my question, who met with them in the last year that really sat down and went through each one, and who did they meet with, and what was the outcome of that? Did it end up in their strategic plan? Or do they just know about it? You see what I mean? So I feel like there's something there, and maybe that's a strategy. And then, you know, the work beyond the planning session, right, is, do we have an economic development committee, and are we getting them to go and say, and if it's GFP, great, but like, does the county board have a committee that's saying, we're gonna make sure our priorities are understood, adopted through resolution or something by the board, and made known to our partners. Like, that would be the homework over the next 12 months, or 6 months, or 30 days, if you think it's the most important thing to do, right? Does that feel like a thing?
I think that's huge, because I don't think we're doing it. I mean, if I'm wrong, you know, then
And it doesn't
we should have
mean,
a document that says
right,
what that is, and I don't think we have that. I think
and sort of to Bill's point, like, you might end up naming 5 things in Black Hills, like, yep, that's what we thought they were. I love that result. Good.
Well, we have the planning and development committee,
Yes, so you have to
but the
place that.
person who is on the board for Black Hawk Regional Council isn't in planning and development.
Yeah, maybe there's some alignment too, I don't know, I didn't think about that either. So there's another thing, like, how are your committees aligned with the various partnerships that actually drive that work in the world, right? So if I have a planning development committee and they're not on any of these boards or have no association with them, I'm not saying that's wrong inherently, just, is it right? I don't know, like, that's a thing you guys should think about. Is our committee structure aligned in a really smart way that actually leverages these partnerships and directly engages with them in a meaningful way? So that could be a strategy, right? Looking at those types of things. So, you know, and at the end of the day, you may go to Black Hills with your 1-pager and your meeting, and they're like, yep, those are the same thing, 5 things we have. Great. If I look back, then the next question is, good, I'm glad we're on the same page, because we are. But if I look back at the last 5 years, I haven't gotten any solar deals, so that's my 3rd top priority. Can you help me understand what we need to do different? Right? Now you have, again, just like this plan, you have a thing and a reason and a clear mechanism for pulling a lever and having a conversation. You're either getting me the result or you're not, and I don't understand why, right? Or I do understand why. Now, we're gonna go back to the board in 2026, and we're gonna change the way we budget dollars so we can make more shovel-ready solar sites or whatever it is, see what I mean? Or fiber, we can help with fiber, whatever the goals are. So that's kind of a big idea that I heard in all this, and then the other things are, we need a land use idea around industrial space for sure. And we should probably map some things and prioritize some sites, and maybe it's based on proximity to utilities, maybe it's based on proximity to workforce or transportation, maybe it's based on other criteria, but it seems like, again, planning development committee could do that, bring it to the board, and you could evaluate that and adopt a true land use plan. I mentioned in that table, I've been watching and I work with occasionally Dyersville, Iowa. So if you drive straight on Highway 20, west through Dubuque, just keep going.
Field of dreams.
Yeah, you won't see the Field of Dreams from Highway 20, but their economic development strategies, a town of like 2,000 or 4,000 people. If you drive along the highway though, is my point, they have industrial site 1, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, right there along the highway. There's an exit to get off and go into Dyersville. Phase 1 is full, it says that, said it for years, sign's still there from 10 years ago, okay? Phase 2, almost full, phase 3 opens in 2025, it says that on the sign, you can see the backhoe digging the extension of the sewer. Like, I know if I'm a business person, they mean business about having companies built there, and they are, and I watch it happen all the time. In ways I don't understand.
Great, yeah, I mean, this is going on.
Yeah, and Piasta's the same way, so like, I think about you guys a little bit like Piasta, not in Freeport, but in the rest of the county. You have this, what, 30 miles of Highway 20 corridor, right, access, something like that. And, you know, you have, people would complain about this on one side or the other, but you have limited zoning requirements because the county just does. Same with Dubuque and Piasta. So you wanna open a business or build a house in Dubuque, it's a lot harder and a lot more expensive than it is to do it in Piasta. Piasta's in the county, right? Dubuque's in the city. City got, you know, 2016 building codes, county doesn't. All these things, right? So you have these things that, you feel like you could figure out how to, you know, go study Piasta. Go hang out in, and Piasta's a small town, so like, you're gonna go there and like, what? Piasta's not like Freeport. You're right, it's not, but they stay and grown exponentially. A, because of their proximity to Dubuque.
The difference though, Eric, is the fact you've got, out there, you've got a 4-lane 20 that's going right next to it that they built.
I drove on one here.
Well, but it's
I remember
on,
it.
it's on the wrong side of town from where we're talking about all this infrastructure is already at.
But-
I've always
Yeah.
questioned that ever since we put it out there.
But I gotta tell you,
Go that way.
when you drive to Piasta, the water line didn't used to be on Highway 20. Like, Piasta is, you drive in, you're gonna drive in 2.5 miles to get to Piasta.
But I think that was part of the original intent with Mill Race, is because it was right there in 20.
Yeah.
It was a hub, right? It had rail already, it had, I mean, at least back in the day, and they'll kind of.
Yeah.
That's why that thought process went into that. Now,
Yep.
I'm not against the south side of Freeport. I think that's a great idea. We've already got infrastructure there, but then we've got a transportation issue.
Yeah.
But that's
Probably true. Yeah.
That's in the meter.
But that's what I mean, that's exactly the point, it's like, this land use, strategy you should develop, right?
So it's
definitely
going great now. I'll give you
Yeah.
that, man.
Yeah, and they might have different incentives and it's different state stuff and that all matters, so I'm not oblivious to that, right? So, but at the same time, there's something there, it'd be interesting to study and go see how they did it and what did they do to develop, you know, 50 acres of industrial property, like in 10 years time, right? What did they do? They did something. Dyersville did it, like, how did Dyersville attract business from Minnesota to be there? Why? It makes no sense.
And then go to Field of Dreams though, come on.
Get me everywhere. Yeah, and, you know, and we'll see if that works out, like, that's a whole nother thing. So anyway, industrial space, right, this whole idea of like getting more specific and intentional engagement with your partners, industrial space strategy, this idea of looking at your policies and reducing hurdles, probably a good exercise in the next couple of years. See how those line up with what your partners are saying, your industrial space plan approach, that sort of thing. It gets to this question of like, why are we using GFP, right? It's like, no, not because it's inherently good or bad idea. It's just like, let's know why. Let's be intentional. Those are probably the 3 or 4 things. And then tracking that against all, you guys have great indicators, tracking it against average wage. I would say the 4th one that you guys set in there and kind of like you talked about employee retention, but you really, retaining the employee, like the county's not gonna help very much an employer retaining an employee, right? But you can help an employer stay in town, right? So your employee retention is really through employer retention.
They can help employees, county employees.
Yes, sir, internally, yes, okay, and if that's what you meant, great. Yeah, it's a both and for sure. But what I think that you probably also want to highlight when you start to think about your partners is what is your business retention strategy? And you're gonna probably do that again through GFP or through some of these other partners, but like, how is that a key priority? In Dubuque County, their number one focus is employer retention and expansion. So number one focus, they will tell you that fully 80% of all the jobs that have been created in Dubuque County in the last 20 years have come from existing employers. 5 at a time, 8 at a time, 12 at a time, 9 at a time. Like that's how it goes. 100 jobs a year, 7 at a time, 3 at a time, right? I'm beating that drum. That's how we really are gonna grow in a community like ours or like theirs, right? And so if that isn't like, they will tell you that's our number one priority, and we have our pole in the water, and maybe we'll catch a big shark or a whale, right? But fundamentally, we're working and talking to businesses every single day. They'll tell you they do 284 business one-on-one interviews with CEOs of companies every year, right? There's only 222 working days. They do more than one a day. They track that data. They look for patterns in that data. They make investments back into the infrastructure in the community based on that data. They create workforce training programs based on that data. Everything they do comes out of that data. That's the kind of sophisticated employer retention expansion program. So that's a thing. Theirs is best practice. There's a ton of them all over the country. I just named theirs because I know the best. But they're just doing what 1,000 other cities across the country do really well. That's best practice. So how do we help the investment you're making in GFP, if that's where that's gonna happen, great. How do we help them get there around employer retention, right? Yeah.
Again, another word on our community assessment.
What? So if we do this assessment, we're gonna know everything?
Well, we did just do a focus group with business leaders.
Okay.
And we really tried to get outside of reports law. So I'll have something like that, not as large a scale as we need, but.
All right, cool. All right, does that make sense? So the priorities I would throw on the board for you guys out of economic development are just like deeper partnership engagement, right? At a real strategic level, this sort of industrial space planning, land use planning, however we end up getting it written down, but that idea. A review, like, are there things we can do to reduce hurdles? I think it's a good question. And then this whole idea around how do we help improve employer retention, right? And then we're measuring that through jobs, average wage. Maybe there's a quality indicator you want to have, how many jobs offer benefits versus not, or something like that. Diversity of employers, like all the things you named. Does your tax base grow? Right? Those are all, you have a lot of really good indicators you can grab and you can use to measure. You're seeing what you want to happen. Anybody like that idea? Anybody? No? That's where this ended up. You feel good about it? In the next 2 years, you can see yourself, right, getting a committee working on that, or having a meeting to get that one going, or whatever they are. We can name them, say we want. That's easier later. Okay. So you guys got one more in you, and then we'll do lunch. All right. As you yawn, great. Thank you for that enthusiastic yes. All right. So we're gonna change teams. So let's see. We're gonna count board members first. Your board member. Right? 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2. Sorry, I knew that. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
I'm up, I gotta go.
Okay. So everyone know your number? Don't move yet. We gotta do the other. You don't have another yet. You're one, congratulations.
Sorry.
One, no, wait, I don't want you to be one, because you were one, I'm one. All right, we'll go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, you're still a one. All good. All right. Still number one in my book. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Go to a new table.
I'm gonna use, remind me.
We're getting
I'm like, that's not
Just stick with it, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Who wants to go first?
You know,
Chanel does.
Yeah.
Yes, it's itching to go.
All right,
All right, listen up, you guys. We're gonna hear group number 1 over here, the new one.
All right, what are some of the qualities of life conditions we want? Improve quality and quality.
I'll do that.
Oh, quantity, quantity, quality. What would it look like if we could see or experience them, less silos, more centralized systems, easy access to information? So that's more of like different departments talking together. There's a spot where employees can go or department heads can go and know maybe what supplies are out there, or what vendors are out there, what benefits are out there. How can we measure these conditions? Costs. That's more maybe like supplies or services. How much overtime are we doing? Employee retention. How are we doing now on the most important measures? We have reports. What are some things we can do? Hire HR, create a reconnect, evaluate effectiveness of the department head meetings, and utilize expertise in other departments. So I know we've had department head meetings, we were talking about more the agenda, different topics that your department could share for all. Talk about the health department does like a newsletter just for your group, maybe share that, you know, you can see other things that are going on. What is the action we will do? Value department heads and gather use of their expertise and ask what their ideas are, better communication from department heads and the county board, so if they have ideas, they're not afraid to go to the county board. Utilize Microsoft Teams that we already have and budget for who are the partners, county board, department head, vendors.
All right. Awesome. So this whole idea around making your department head meetings more essential is in there, right?
Yeah.
Leveraging their expertise to like inform board policy and that sort of thing. Is that the idea in that first value department head? Gather, use their expertise ideas. What do you mean by that? Like, what do you hope really happens?
That was one.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, the other was, like there are some department heads, you know, that are really good at getting out information. And so how could you use that idea in your own? So sharing those ideas.
Got it. Okay, so it's sort of like within department head land, sort of creating and utilizing best practices for each other.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. I get it. I get teams, I get each other. Awesome. All right, who's next? You can go.
Okay. First one, you notice right away that we could improve things if we had two staff members. Same keynotes for the men and women, so we can.
I had an idea about that if you guys want to risk it. So when you go to the bathroom and you unlock the door, leave it in the door.
Oh, that's what I do.
Yeah. And then, because you don't need it, you don't need it when you're in there. And really, I don't want you to have it in there. And then the next person can just take it out of the door and put it in the other door if they're a woman.
There you go. See, problem solver.
So this is just a thought. I do this kind of innovation work for a living.
There you go, man. By the way, so first thing, quality of life conditions, we want to, you talked about centralizing, professionalizing, and standardizing the process. Jim had this acronym, the CPF, which is kind of cool. Number two, what would look like if you could see or experience them, basically it would be very streamlined and consistent. No confusion, basically. Number three, how can you measure these conditions? We would try to measure the variances and measure improvements, and accountability with follow policy to use one. Kind of get everybody on the same page. We can measure basically how many times things had to go back to committee or whatever because it wasn't correct, things like that. We can measure those type of things. So, number 4, what are we doing now? Now on the most important measures, definitely needs to be improved. It's not bad, but it definitely could be improved. So 5, what are some things we can do? The best thing would go back and review the policies, and procedures and protocols, and make sure that everybody's kind of aware of what those policies are, and everybody's going the same way. And then part of that review, the actions, number 6, we would try to define what those gray areas are and areas for improvements. Maybe we could run some of these gray areas through the whatever committee, administration committee or whatever, to wrap up those gray areas and then standardize the system. And part of that would be procurement, risk management, and one huge one would be contact human resources person, who would be something we're looking at because it's either half-time or part-time or full-time, because a lot of the department heads are dealing with those human resources issues. They could help them, that would standardize that as well, and also take some load off of them so they could actually work on their real job kind of thing. I don't know a bit about that. Number 7, who are the partners that have a role to play? One would be the vendors, so they kind of understand what we're looking for when we do an RFP and the type of things we need in there to standardize. They will go out to those vendors. The other partners are county boards and the department heads. Okay. All questions? Good. All right, thank you. Great. We'd love to, but can't. Hands are down.
Jordan strategically ran out.
Yes.
Number 1 would be subtle government. So we're just kind of in the background and not making any attention that's unwarranted. It's less government is better sometimes. Number 2, progress rather than maintenance. Right, present and active communication between each other and the community, and bridging the community engagement. So some of the committee doesn't know what we're doing. Get out text messages, neighborhood watch meetings that I go to, Facebook page, that type of thing. Project planning, completion timeline. All right, we have a metric for community engagement. Send out questionnaires or even on Facebook page or the county website, have a rating of how we're doing. Any comments, what can we do better? That's all of the information services. 4, acknowledgement. We did at the end of the year, Chairman helps acknowledge what we all did last year for good jobs we did, and we need more of that. So every so often, we did a good job on this. We got this progression, and we're happy. So we're improving and sometimes consistent. So if we're making errors and we see that, the staff is corrected. Things we are doing good is IT. We've changed that whole department. Nate Louie's done a good job, as far from where it has been, and public engagement or with the community. All right, 5 is active participation of all members. A lot of community or boards that we can get involved to, all the members. Having everything ready for the meetings. everybody know what's going on before you get to the meeting. Visual trackers, Adam, had a good idea on the website, what we have done, what projects need to be done, like the road projects. List it and have like a graph or a car or something going to the level of where 100%, 10%, 20%, so the public knows where we're at on a project. 6, present and active community. Communication. All right, trackers and achievements. So again, to the public, what have we done and how do we tell them what we're doing? And 7, is it text or app, free podcast that I guess the younger generation is doing and discussing government and community resources and district focused community. So yeah.
Steve, tell us you got it. So yours was really about kind of sharing what's happening, making sure people understand how effective you are or you're not, right? That's cool. That's a good strategy. Come on down. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. You're the next contestant up.
All right, we had a hard
Tiffany, that
time
was priced
answering the first question. Took us a little bit. We would like our county officials, employees to fulfill their statutory responsibilities as quickly and cheaply as possible. We felt like the framework is really what is our statutory responsibilities to this, people that use the town. That's kind of the starting point of the framework. We felt in terms of effectiveness and efficiency, are we meeting those obligations? Responsive government trusted by the citizens, happy employees. We thought that 10 years from now, a good goal to shoot for is to be boring. Like our problems would be solved, we would have everything kind of running and humming like on cruise control on the highway, right? I mean, ultimately that would be a great mode of operation. Number 3, in terms of, I think, beginning to measure these things, employee turnover. I mean, number of employees compared to similarly compliant other counties. Like if we have another county out there that has the same tax base and they're doing all the same things we're doing with 300 more employees or 100 less employees, how are they more effective than we are? How do we stack up in that arrangement? So the length of county board meetings we felt was a measurement we could actually look at. Because if we are being effective as a board and doing our homework and being prepared, maybe we don't have as many long discussions when sitting there for let's see, workplace satisfaction surveys, trying to get feedback from both the public, maybe a public questionnaire of some sort, and to our employees, how do you feel? Getting that feedback from time to time, an opportunity to measure. Measurements not yet taken to this point. We felt like we're not really doing that. So where is our starting point? What's our baseline to work on? We don't feel like we really have one like that. So in collecting data, we need to establish a baseline for inter and intra county government. So if that makes sense, both inside the county government and then train that one. I don't remember
Inside the
exactly
county
what it
government and then between counties.
between counties. So, how we look at that in comparison. So, board developed benchmarks. We felt like that was a task the board could take on to develop benchmarks for our department heads to work from. And maybe again, benchmarks in comparison to other counties and how we can create metrics around that.
And Eric mentioned some things like the youth was doing, how he measures things against other metropolises in Iowa, for instance. And then who are our partners in this? Well, we need to interface with other government agencies within the county. Obviously, department heads and employees at the county level, and potentially other professional organizations like GFT. How do we interact? Are we being effective in our communication? Are we being effective? And how we handle our responsibilities, again, within the statute portal role. Thank you very much.
So I would say it's good to be boring as long as you're engaged, right? So, and relevant. So if you're boring and nobody cares about the county government because you don't really do anything, you're seen as not engaged and basically irrelevant, that would be a bad kind of boring.
Right.
But when you said that, there was a period of time where, like, I was working in Dubuque, and I was the chair of the chamber, and had come up through the exec ranks. So maybe over that like 5 or 6 year period, had nothing to do with me. But that city council at that time, I think they were all the city council members for quite a while. I want to say 10 years in a row. The mayor had certainly been there for that long. And they have a city manager form of government, right? So weak mayor, strong city manager. But like, I remember there being conversations around like, well, the council just, it's always 7-0 and there's not a lot of debate and whatever, but at the same time, the community was, super aligned. And I mean, all the partners were aligned and they were making just a ton of progress. If you think about how they grew in the early 2000s. And they were boring. Like there wasn't an argument about whether to create an incentive for this. Everyone's like, yeah, we're gonna do it. Like, and then we grew, and we're gonna do that, and then we grew. So that kind of boring could be good kind of boring, right? And this idea of benchmarking, I think there is a big opportunity for you guys just to benchmark yourselves against other like-sized counties and just see what you learn from that. So yeah, good ideas in there. So when I listened to this one, I got this whole concept around kind of sharing best practices across department heads and departments, empowering department heads to sort of lead and do that work, leveraging a system you already have. I'm assuming you already have Microsoft Teams. The idea of an HR position to create probably some efficiency and, probably improve retention and those kinds of things. The idea of, you have to think about how you want to get at this, but how do you find the opportunities to streamline or standardize systems, So it might just be, what's the best practice procurement system for a county government our size? And do we have it? And what's the next system? And, what's the best RFP system? And do we have it? And are there tech solutions that you should apply? Would be a question I would throw into that mix too. Like, is there a really great plugin for our website or Microsoft Teams that helps us not just build RFPs the same way every time, but actually push them out into the community in a cool way, right? Where they get found and respond to, tracked and all that. And are they expensive? Is there, there probably is a thing like I said, but is the juice worth the squeeze, right? Or do you make your own? So I feel like it's probably something like that. And then I wrote down this whole idea about communicating how your government's working, right? Little snapshots or widgets that are showing progress on a few key things. You don't need to show people 100 things, but like, maybe it's tied to some of your key priorities in your strategic plan or something like that. And then this whole benchmarking and maybe creating metrics around achieving the efficiency that you want to achieve. And you guys were saying the board could do that maybe through a committee or something like that, right? Is how you thought about it? So.
Well, then given proper expectations to the department heads about.
Right.
What are those measurements that you can be measured?
Yeah. That all sound, there's probably 6 things. Kind of started chipping away at those. Some things, go back to that board and management agenda type scenario. Some of these things clearly fell into a staff thing to explore and just keep you informed about or bring back to you. And a couple of these things were really at the board level and saying, we need to figure this out and do that. Does that seem reasonable, both staff and board, when you hear about it? And you think through those lenses of who would do this work? Just make sense. Okay. So that's how that'll probably shake out. Those 5 or 6 things. And we'll just aim for boring. I love it. Just get a new t-shirt, whole thing, it'd be cool. Mine says good, I should have boring. Mine do boring. All right, this food here. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, you guys. I wanna try to do like a bit of a working lunch, but I also wanna give you a little break. So it's 12:07, I'd love to start the next one at 12:30. You can be eating and all that good stuff. We'll stay in these same groups for this next one. That way we don't have to move plates around and everything too, if you decide, I want you to decide actually to sit in your group. And then, so you